Hopefully I can do this correctly. Let's see, am I sharing my screen? And does everyone see the presentation? Yes, we're good? All right. Just as Bill said,
Abra, you have
yes.
to go into presentation mode.
Yes, I know. I was trying to find it. My little box is over top of it, so I was making sure I was, there we go. So as Bill said, this presentation is the presentation that we are doing for, that we have done for our new hires. So we're really excited to present this to division employees. One of the promises we made when we issued our course catalog, we said to everyone, hey, we're gonna have more information on Anchor coming soon, coming soon, coming soon. Well, guess what? Soon is here. So again, my name is Abra Watson. I will be your instructor for today's topic. We will have poll questions throughout. Please, as Bill said, answer the poll questions. Let us know if there is anything that you don't understand or are confused about. Any questions you have, please put it in the chat. We have Taxation University staff on the back end. I also have staff right here in the room with me that can help us answer your questions today. I don't mind being disrupted to answer questions, not a problem. So don't worry about it. So let's get started. What are we going to talk about as it refers to Anchor? First, where did Anchor come from? Well, Anchor is part of the Homestead Benefit Law, also known as FAIR. It's been known as SAVER throughout the years, all these different names that all basically mean the same thing. It is the Property Tax Relief Program. It comes from PL 1990, Chapter 61. And that is the statute there listed that this law is based on. Anchor specifically came out of the budget this year for the 2023 tax budget. So what are we going to talk about today? We're going to talk about some common terms and definitions. We're going to talk about homeowners, what this program means for them. What are the qualifications? Are there some properties that are ineligible? Absolutely, we're going to talk about that. And we're going to talk about how to file. With tenants, we're going to talk about the same thing. And by the way, guys, we haven't talked about a tenant rebate for like 13 years now. The last tenant rebate we offered was in 2009. So this is really exciting that we actually have something to offer tenants this year. So for tenants, we're going to talk about what their qualifications are. We're going to talk about ineligible properties because there are some for tenants as well. And we're going to talk about how to file. And finally, we're going to get to what everybody wants to know. How much money am I getting, Abra? We're going to talk about the Anchor payment amounts, and we're going to give you some details as it relates to payments. All right, so let's start off with common terms and definitions. And we added this section for new hires because, of course, new hires, brand new into the division, there are terms that we use that they might not have ever used before or just never really thought about. So I thought it was kind of good to keep this in for division employees too. Because again, all of us work in different areas. Some of us deal strictly with business taxes. Some of us are dealing with income tax. We don't really look at property tax relief. So we really wanted to make sure we were all starting on an even playing field. We all understand what these terms mean. So what is New Jersey residency? A New Jersey resident is an individual who has legal residence in the state of New Jersey, and they're maintaining a permanent home here. So a permanent home can be a house, it can be an apartment, it could be a mobile home, a condo, senior living community. The hint here is that the address usually listed on your driver's license or your state ID is usually your legal residence. That's usually tells us that you're a New Jersey resident if your driver's license has a New Jersey address on it. What's the principal residence? The principal residence is the home that you're either renting or that you own that you are occupying as your principal residence. It's your main home. It's the place that you return to most often after work, after going away to school. It's that place you intend to return to that you really consider your main home. What it is not is any property that you may own as a vacation home or as a second home. That is not your principal residence. When it comes to the anchor program, you are only eligible for your principal residence. And it's really important to remember that because we have people that occupy sometimes more than one residence throughout the year or that own more than one property throughout the year. They're only eligible for that main home. What are property taxes? Property taxes are taxes that are levied on real property. That includes land and anything that is permanently affixed to the land. Buildings, such as the house itself, a garage, things like that. Things that you can't easily pick up and move. The tax is a percentage collected by your local municipality based on the value of the land and the buildings. So we kind of put a little example here for you. John Doe's municipality levies a 2.65% property tax. His land and the home that sits on the land that he owns is valued at $300,000. What does that mean to John Doe? That means his property taxes due for the year on his home would be $7,950. They take the local property tax rate, multiply it by the value of the property, and that tells us how much John Doe is going to owe on that property to the township. Well, why do they collect property taxes? Well, property taxes are used to fund the schools. It's also used to fund local services like trash removal, lights, your street lights, police and fire, all of those things that we enjoy every day in our communities. It is funded by property taxes. What is a homeowner? It's a New Jersey resident that owns a permanent home in New Jersey, such as it can be a house, it can be a townhome, it can be a condo, it can be a unit in a continuing care retirement facility. It could be a cooperative housing unit. A shareholder of a cooperative housing unit is considered a homeowner for purposes of this program. As a homeowner, they are paying property taxes directly to the municipality themselves or through a mortgage. A tenant is a New Jersey resident who pays rent on their domicile. So they don't own it, they're renting it for a period of time. They're renting it, the living unit itself, must have a separate kitchen and bathroom. That's really important. And the unit or the building that the unit is housed in must be subject to local property taxes. So as a tenant, they have to be paying rent on their domicile. Their domicile has to contain its own kitchen and bath, which means if I'm renting a room, like at a hotel or something, I'm not eligible. I have to have my own separate kitchen and bathroom. And the building has to be subject to local property taxes. So there's some housing in the state of New Jersey that is exempt. Some examples of that would be an on-campus college apartment. That because it's on a school site, a university site, it's tax exempt in New Jersey. So someone renting that type of unit is not eligible. Another example of that would be someone maybe who is disabled and lives in a special housing complex for disabled people. If that housing complex is not subject to local property taxes, then that person occupying that unit is not subject to an anchor property tax relief benefit. Also, who we consider tenants in New Jersey are owners of mobile homes when the mobile home is located in a mobile home park. Mobile homes can be a little tricky in that, remember, what's considered real property in New Jersey is anything that is permanently affixed or attached to the land. Mobile homes usually aren't permanently affixed to the land. You can move it. So because it is not permanently affixed to the land, it is not considered real property and is not subject to local property taxes. So the way a mobile homeowner is eligible is if they have their mobile home in a mobile home park and they're paying what we call site fees. So they're paying rent for the land that the house is sitting on, and they're paying for services like trash removal, water, things like that. We consider them to be tenants for purposes of the anchor program. Now, if you do own a mobile home and you do permanently affix it to the land, so it's not something you can easily move, it is permanently affixed to the land, and the local tax assessor comes out, looks at it and says, yep, this is now real property, and now they start taxing you, well, now you're a homeowner. So that's the difference with the mobile home. If the mobile home is permanently attached to the land and the local municipality says, yep, this is real property and we're going to tax it, you're a homeowner. If your mobile home is situated in a mobile home park and you're paying site fees, because you can move that mobile home if you need to, it is not real property, and instead you are a tenant for paying the site fees in the mobile home park. Any questions? We're good? We have a question in the chat?
They have to be renting a site for the whole year in order to qualify.
Oh, that is an excellent question. So, and I'm not sure that you all heard that, but the question was, do they have to be renting the site in the mobile home park for the full year in order to qualify? That's an excellent question. And that goes back to the qualifications, which we haven't really talked a lot about. But what I will tell you is the qualification for this program is October 1. What was your situation on October 1 of 2019? So as long as they were in that mobile home park, they were paying the site fees on October 1st, 2019, they are eligible. That's a very good question. Do you have another question?
What about someone that has a mobile home on their own land?
Oh, that's a really good question. So the question was, because I'm not sure if you guys can hear Monisha or not. The question is, what about someone who has a mobile home that's put the mobile home on their own land? That person is not eligible at all unless they have permanently attached the mobile home to the land and the local tax assessor has come out and said, yes, it's real property, and now we're going to tax you on that mobile home. If all they're paying is property taxes on the land and not the home, they're not eligible. It's a very good question. Are we good? Good, Mo? Okay, Mo says I can go. Yes?
All good.
All good? Okay, thank you, Tylisha. All right, so what is the Anchor program? Well, Anchor is an acronym for the Affordable New Jersey Communities for Homeowners and Renters program. Doesn't really spell anchor though, does it? No, it doesn't spell anchor, but anyway, that's what Anchor stands for. This is a program, again, that expands or modifies what we have traditionally known as the homestead benefit. It's now called Anchor, and the eligibility requirements have been expanded so that more people can now receive property tax relief through this program. So the bill was signed into law with the state budget for 2023, signed into law, I think it was June 30th or around that time frame. And what it does is it now includes tenants. Remember earlier I said we haven't seen a tenant rebate since 2009, I believe was the last one. So now we're including tenants again. And we've also increased the income limits for homeowners, which we're going to talk about shortly. So now more people qualify. In the past, under the homestead benefit, if you were a homeowner who wasn't disabled, you weren't 65 or older, the income limit was $75,000 or to qualify. So your income had to be $75,000, I hope I said that right, $75,000 or less in order to qualify. And it didn't matter what your filing status was. So if you're a married couple and both of you are working, it was easy to exceed that $75,000 income threshold. And so there were a lot of homeowners that didn't qualify under the previous homestead benefit. But now the income limit has been increased, so a lot more people are going to qualify. Also, we increased the benefit amount. So there's no longer kind of a crazy calculation that we had to do before. So previously, again, because I want you, in case you're not familiar with this program, I want you to understand really how significant the changes have been. Previously, under the Homestead Benefit Program for years, we gave people, those that were eligible, a percentage back on their property taxes from 2006. Yeah, you didn't mishear me. 2006. So from 2007 up until maybe a couple of years ago, we were basing it on 2006 property tax amounts. So we were using really an older year, and then the percentage they got back was around 6% or so of the property taxes from that year. 10 years out from 2006 at that point for many people. So the amounts that people got on average was about between $300 and $600 is what many people qualified for. Now, again, it's been expanded, and you will see people are going to get a lot more this year than what they might have gotten in previous years. So effective for 2019, there's two applications. There's the homeowner application, the Anchor H, and there is the tenant application, the Anchor T. And we'll take a look at both of those shortly. All right, so we're going to start talking about a little bit more about homeowners. Are there any questions so far, guys? Are we good?
Doing good.
Okay, all right, so let's talk homeowners. And you'll notice here we have a picture here of a deed. So if someone is not sure whether or not they're a homeowner, whether or not they're a tenant has a lease agreement, a rental agreement. A homeowner has a deed, usually, in most cases. All right, so the qualifications for the homeowner, what are they? They have to be a New Jersey resident. Remember, we talked earlier about what a New Jersey resident is. Meaning New Jersey needs to be your home base, your main home. This is where you intend to return at the end of a work assignment, at the end of school or whatever. New Jersey is your home. Usually, if New Jersey is your home, there's a New Jersey address on your driver's license or on your voter registration card. You had to have owned and occupied a home in New Jersey on October 1st, 2019. That date, you'll hear us say it over and over again. October 1, 2019 is the key. What were you doing on that date? So have to be a New Jersey resident, had to own and occupy your property on October 1. Your 2019 gross income, here's where it's changed, guys. Remember I told you before it was 75,000 or less. Now the income limits are $250,000 or less. So that means that same married couple that for years have not qualified and they weren't even getting applications because they never qualified. This year they will qualify. Benefit amounts will vary based on the income range, but it's a lot more than what we were giving out in previous years. Now, there are some ineligible properties, and you'll see here I have in parentheses, I forgot to take that off the slide. See your training manual for more details because, of course, new hires, they have a training manual that gives them a little more detail, but I'm going to give you the detail right now. What are some ineligible properties? Remember, I said it's only your principal residence that you're eligible for. So if you are someone that owns a second home, whether it's a vacation home, an investment property, anything like that, rental properties, you're not eligible on those properties. You're only eligible for your main home. Tax exempt housing, what's that? Well, that could be someone who's maybe 100% disabled veteran, and he's went to his township and said, hey, I'm 100% disabled veteran, exempt me from property taxes. Well, if he's done that or she's done that, then that means they are no longer paying property taxes on their home. They are exempt. So if that is the case, they are not eligible for this program. Another example of tax exempt housing is something called pilot. If someone is making pilot payments, pilot stands for payments in lieu of tax, they are not eligible. And the reason they're not eligible is because they're not paying taxes to the township. They're not paying property taxes to the township in the same way that other properties in the town are. So I'll give you an example of pilot payments. Pilot payments, usually a township offers pilot when they're trying to attract buyers, people to buy properties in the town. So I live in Mount Holly, and there was a section of Mount Holly that was full of crime. It had a lot of dilapidated properties. So the state came in, they did what they call eminent domain. They tore down, almost all those houses have been torn down. And they had a contractor come in and build brand new housing. So now there's brand new townhomes being built, there's an apartment complex being built, all these things are being built back there now. But what they have right up there is a sign as you drive through that neighborhood, buy here, they have the price and it says 5-year pilot. What that means is that when people buy those units, instead of paying the property taxes that would normally be assessed to someone owning a property worth $300,000, they instead will pay a flat amount to cover local services. So they might be saying, okay, for first 5 years that you own this home, you're only going to pay $2,000. And that $2,000 a year is going to cover city services. But it's not the same as what everyone else is paying who owns a $300,000 house. So pilot payments are not eligible if that's the type of payments they're making instead of regular property taxes. Do we have any questions?
We did, but it's been answered.
Okay.
Is the income limit the same for both over, under 65 and or disabled, not disabled?
Oh, excellent question. I heard it's been answered, but I'll just reiterate it. So is the question, is the income limit the same regardless of disability status, regardless of age, regardless of filing status? Yes, the income limit is $250,000 across the board for everybody. All right. Here is what the mailer looks like. So if you're a homeowner, you should receive a mailer in the mail based on when the applications or when the mailers are going out for your county. So if you go on our website, you'll see it's staggered dates. I believe it starts on the 12th and the mailing dates run all the way through the 30th, around the 30th, depending on the county. I think the first counties that are going out are Mercer, Burlington, and there's one more in that mix. I don't remember which one it is. Hunterdon County. So those are the first 3 counties going out on September the 12th. Here's the mailer that they're going to get. Now, this mailer we have here on the slide is the initial mailer. I can tell you that the mailer was updated. So they'll get a mailer that says, hey, looks like you're eligible. And then right at the top, you'll see we tell them what the eligibility requirements are. And then we tell them what the ID number is and the PIN number is for their property. What has changed is in the mailer that they'll get, there's going to be a property location here, probably right around the ID number section is going to say property location and it's going to tell them or identify the property. That's really, really important because remember, I was saying earlier that there are people that own multiple properties. They own their main home, but they could have a couple of rental properties, or they own their main home and then they have a beach house in Wildwood. So in order for them to know which property is the right one to file for, they really need to know which location that identification number applies to. So that the mailer will actually have that property location field in this box here. All right. So here's the mailer that they'll get. They simply go online and file it online in most cases. Now, there will be some people that might need to file what we call a paper application. If they have to file a paper application, they should, and there are certain circumstances that will require it, which I'll talk about in a few moments. But this is what the mailer looks like. So here's what a paper application looks like if someone needs to complete a paper application. So you'll see at the top, they put their mailing address, their spouse's information, their information. They're going to put the ID and PIN from the mailer they received. They're going to tell us what their filing status was in 2019. If they're a married couple, but they want separate checks, they're going to tell us that. Married couples who want separate checks need to each fill in their own application. So each spouse is going to do their own application. They're going to fill in this indicator here saying, yep, send me my half and, myself and my name only. Also here, the other questions, let me see, that I wanted to point out, separate check. If the address at the top is different, they've moved maybe since 2019, they want to make sure that they put the address of the eligible property here and the correct mailing address at the top. Okay, is there anything else I wanted to say about this form? The only other thing that they'll need is their gross income from 2019. The gross income from 2019, hopefully, if someone's filing electronically, we probably already have it in the system. If they haven't filed yet, or they're filing a paper application, so it's not going to give them that message that says, hey, we already have it, then they'll need to pull it from the NJ 1040 that they filed for that year. And I believe it is line 29 on the 2019 form.
Gabriel, go
Yes.
ahead. I see Mo's calling you. Go ahead.
Yes, go ahead, Mo.
And in previous years, does not meet income qualification, but does qualify for this year's filing, will the application be sent to those filers?
Okay, so the question is, if I'm a homeowner and I haven't been filing all these years because my income was too high, so you guys weren't even sending me an application, am I going to get an application this year? Because the previous 5 years, I didn't qualify, I wasn't filing. The answer to that is we believe so. I can't say for certain, we're hoping that is, that you will automatically get the application. So hopefully, if they don't have, someone doesn't have an application by the end of September, I would highly recommend that they give us a call. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Can they file separate applications if they file their tax return as joint?
Excellent question. Can they file separate applications if they file their tax return as joint? Yes, they can. And I think that's kind of a change in policy. I believe in previous years, if they filed a joint return, they file the application joint. We said, oh, no, you have to get, it's just one check. But this year, we are allowing married couples, even though they file joint on their income tax return, if they want separate checks, they'll need to file their own application, each spouse. They're going to indicate that, yes, they were married filing jointly on their tax return, but they want separate checks. It's a very good question. Yes, another one.
If someone has recently sold their property but owns and occupied.
Oh, very good question. So if someone owned and occupied their property on October 1, but they have since sold the property and moved, are they eligible? Yes, because remember, what we are looking at is what were you doing on October 1? That's all we're concerned about. What were you doing on October 1? On October 1, I was a homeowner. Then that means you are eligible. You should file the application for the property you owned on October 1, and we will send you, or direct deposit, whichever one you choose, we will make sure that we get your benefit to you. Now, here's something also that has changed this year that I want to make sure that I point out. For the first time ever in my 23-year career with the Division of Taxation, we are offering direct deposit for people who file paper applications. That's crazy to me. So now, if they put on a paper application, they want direct deposit. As long as they enter their routing number and account number, they should receive their benefit by direct deposit. Okay, so I know I said I was going to talk a little bit more about who has to file a paper application. So let me do that because I don't believe it's on a slide here. Those that have to file paper applications are those that where the name is different. So maybe they got an application in the mail with the previous homeowner's name on it, or maybe their spouse has died. I do believe that might be a common situation with COVID. So maybe their spouse that was alive in 2019, but has since passed away, they're going to want a paper application so that we issue the check in the right name. if, again, someone has died and it's not the spouse and it's whoever is handling the estate, as long as the decedent was alive on October 1, the estate, they can file under the estate to get the benefit paid out. What are some other situations that I can think of? Oh, if you own a property with someone that is not your spouse, and this is the first time you're filing for that property, you need to file a paper application. Each owner that occupies that property is going to need to file their own application, okay? So if you're not married and there's multiple owners on the property, each owner that lives in that property should file. Now, some of the situations that we have commonly seen is someone owns the property with, I don't know, their mom co-signed for them to help them get the mortgage, but the mom doesn't live there. The son or daughter lives in the property. The son or daughter is the person maintaining the property. A lot of times those people will want 100% of the benefit, or they want to use their 100% of the property taxes to calculate the benefit. But the way this program is calculated is based on an individual's legal percentage of ownership. So if they had someone co-sign with them to get the mortgage, that person doesn't actually live there. Only the person that lives there, the owner that lives there, is eligible. They're going to file a paper application, but they have to list their legal percentage of ownership. So if there are two names on the deed, the ownership is 50-50 unless the deed gives a different percentage. In most cases, ownership is always equal unless the deed says something different. The deed doesn't say anything, it is assumed equal ownership. That makes sense? Hope it makes sense. Now, as far as how it's calculated with multiple owners, it's really based on the percentage of ownership, right? And so if I own my property with my sister, we both live there, the property taxes are $5,000 a year, then I get credit for paying $2,500. She gets credit for paying $2,500. That's her legal share. That's my legal share. All right. So my benefit is going to be based on me paying $2,500. I might pay all $5,000, but legally, I'm only on the hook for $2,500. Therefore, my benefit is only based on $2,500 of property taxes paid. Hope that makes sense. All right. Oh, we have more questions?
Yes, we do. I believe, Mo's gonna have to correct me if I am wrong, but I believe we left off on what if you are no longer at the rental property from 2019? Will the correspondence be mailed to the old address?
Oh, so rental properties are different. When it comes to rental properties, we really don't have, it's not provided to us in the same way. So as a homeowner, the township provides us with the records of homeowners, the owners of the properties in their town. So we'll have a record of that and we'll send the applications based on the information we receive from the township. So if you no longer live in that property, but that's the only address we have, your application, yeah, could go to that home and it might go to the new owner, but it's going to be in your name. So the new owner is not going to be able to apply for that. What I would recommend is if you don't receive an application by the end of September or the beginning of October, call us, call that number. The number is at the end of this presentation. Make sure you call and we'll give you the information you need to file. When it comes to tenants, it's pretty easy. Because we're not getting a record from the township, the tenant simply goes online and files the application electronically. They don't even really need to do a paper filing. The other thing I wanted to say about the paper filing is this year we are allowing people to fill in the paper filing online and upload it to our forms repository along with any documents that they might need to include with the paper filing. Remember when I said with the paper filing that people file because they changed their name or something like that? So if I'm filing to let you know that my name is changed, I can file electronically, complete the paper form online, and then I can update legal proof of my name, such as a marriage license or something like that. I can upload everything right then and there and don't have to worry about mailing it.
Abra, great question. Not great question, actually, what you just said. You said uploading. Where is that uploading happening?
It's on the website. So actually I went through yesterday and was kind of playing around with this. So when you go online, it'll ask you if you need to paper file, and it'll ask you if you want to file it electronically or do you want to print it, mail it. So when you click on that for electronic, then you start filling it out, and then there's a button at the bottom that says, do you need to upload documents? You click on that, then it allows you to upload your documents.
Awesome, thank you so
Pretty
much.
neat.
I have another question. We have quite a few, so stay with us, all right?
Okay, all
So
right.
here we go. So the next question is, if someone is eligible for PTR and they're in a PTR program, are they still eligible for the Anchor program as well?
Yes, excellent question. So if someone is part of our PTR/Senior Freeze program, they will also be eligible for this. The important point is that the total property tax relief that they receive between the two programs cannot exceed the property taxes actually paid. Okay? So if someone pays $2,000 a year in property taxes and they're getting $1,500 back on this program, then their property tax reimbursement can't be any more than $500, or between the two, it can't exceed the $2,000 actually paid.
Gotcha. Thank you so much, Ava. The next question we have here is, what if you move in 2019 before October 1st?
Oh, that's a good question. And
home is more. Don't get excited yet. But still own the principal residence that was previously filed for. Would you file a separate application for each property, or will there be an area to fill out the occupancy dates?
okay, so what date are we concerned about? October 1.
1st.
Yep. Very good, Tylisa. October 1, that's what we're concerned about. Where were you on October 1? So on October 1, if the property I resided in, I also owned, that's the property I'm filing for. I might not live there anymore. Or I might have only moved in and set on September 30th and I lived somewhere else for the first 9 months of 2019. Doesn't matter. All we are concerned about is October 1. Does that answer that question?
Absolutely.
Okay.
What happens if someone pays their property taxes late? We hear about that a little bit with the PTR program. So with Anchor, what happens if property taxes are paid late? Are they still eligible? And obviously, this is a question for our homeowners.
That is also, you guys are really on it this morning. I have to say, your questions are on point. So what happens if somebody pays the property taxes late? They're likely still eligible. As long as property taxes were paid for that home during 2019, they should still be eligible.
Awesome. Also, Abra, this is we have 2 more questions for you, and I'll let you move on here. In a situation where a homeowner has to be hospitalized for a while, would they be eligible if they didn't occupy the home on October 1st?
That question, Tylisa, I was waiting for. Because we make a big deal of owning and occupying the property on October 1. So I can understand why that question comes up. But as long as the intent was to return to that home. So you can be absent from the home on October 1. As long as your intent is to return to that home, it is still your main address, is where you get your mail, is the address you use for voting. You are considered to own and occupy that property, even if you were in the hospital or on vacation on October 1 itself.
Awesome, which is pretty much the same guidance we use for our other programs, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right, so for Anchor, when it comes to the benefit, can it be reduced by a soil claim? So is this subject to soil or any set off?
My understanding is yes, it is subject to set off. So if a taxpayer does happen to owe Department of Labor or motor vehicles or something like that, a portion of their benefit can be applied to help satisfy that debt.
All right, April, thank you. Fantastic. That is all the questions.
All right, so that is all we have today. No, just
You can
kidding.
go home.
Yeah, after answering all those questions, I got a little tired there for a moment. Okay, so filing deadline is December 30th, 2022, just to let you know. That is the filing deadline program. We have a poll question. I think Mike's got that. Oh, there you go, Mike.
Which of the following is an example of an ineligible property? A townhome, a property owned by an exempt 100% disabled veteran, single-family home, or a shareholder owner of a unit in a continuing care community? Which of these would be ineligible for anchor? All right, currently at 93% for 100% disabled veteran, 89% now, 3% townhome, 11 shareholder.
Okay. Should we give it a little more time? Huh?
Yeah, the vast majority are picking option 2, while the second choice at 12% is option 4.
Okay. So, which is the correct answer? Well, the answer is part of when you see the word exempt, that tells you right there that's the answer. So he's tax exempt, the 100% disabled veteran, so he's not paying property taxes on the home. That makes that an ineligible property. Someone who is a shareholder who is paying for a unit in a continuing care facility or a co-op type housing unit, as long as those housing units are subject to property tax, which most are, then it's eligible. Townhome eligible, condo eligible, single family home eligible. All those properties are eligible because they are being taxed by the local municipality. Whenever you see the word exempt, though, that tells you more than likely this is an ineligible property. Cool? Cool, Abra. See, I heard you all saying, yeah, cool, Abra. All right, so let's move on and talk about tenants. Remember, I said the tenants, the key there is they have signed a rental agreement or they've signed a lease. They do not have a deed. So what are the qualifications for a tenant? A tenant has to be a New Jersey resident. They had to have rented and occupied a home in New Jersey on October 1st. And just like with homeowners, they're considered to be renting and occupying their apartment, even if they happen to be on vacation on October 1, or they are in the hospital or something. Doesn't matter if they intend to return to that rental unit, it is considered rented and occupied on October 1. Their 2019 gross income, now here's something that's a little different. Their income requirement is $150,000 or less. So if you have a renter or a tenant who has income of $151,000, they're not eligible. Okay. The gross income limit is regardless of age, marital status, disability status, none of that matters. It's $150,000 across the board. Ineligible properties. So remember, the purpose of Anchor is it's a property tax relief program. It is assumed when you're a tenant that a portion of your rent goes towards the property taxes for that unit. Guess what? If that unit isn't subject to property taxes, then you're not eligible because the purpose of this is to provide property tax relief. So tax exempt housing. If you live in tax exempt housing, which would be any housing that's owned by the federal government, state government, municipal government. So those tend to be like your special housing for your housing for specialty groups. Sometimes you'll have like a disabled housing complex for disabled people. The rents are a lot less, but a lot of times the rents are a lot less because the building or the complex is exempt from property taxes by the township. That's why the rents are less. So that type of housing is not eligible. On-campus apartments at states and colleges, that's again exempt housing. Housing on a church grounds. So if your church provides housing for your pastor or rabbi or something like that, that's tax exempt housing. So your rabbi would not be eligible for this program, or your priest, or whoever it is. Residences, trying to think if there are other examples that I can think of. Can't think of them right now, but those are the most common examples that you have for tax exempt housing. So if the housing is exempt from taxes, then so is the tenant of that housing. The other thing that I wanted to point out is that someone that receives Section 8 or rental assistance may still be eligible. Someone receiving rental assistance isn't necessarily living in tax exempt housing. So what do you mean, Abra? So I rent an apartment from someone and I get rental assistance. My rent is $1,200 a month. I get $1,000 of rental assistance a month. The home, the apartment I'm renting is subject to property taxes. I just, because I'm low income or I meet some kind of special circumstance, I get help with the rent, but I'm paying $200 out of pocket. That makes me eligible. Because the building is subject to property taxes, I rented it, I owned and occupied it on October 1. I'm a New Jersey resident and my gross income is $150,000 or less. I'm assuming that, right? If I'm receiving rental assistance because I'm low income, more than likely my income is below $150,000. Therefore, I'm eligible. But what I'm eligible for is the portion that I'm paying out of pocket. So that $200 a month. Okay? So if the tenant gets a mailer, this is what their mailer is going to look like. So remember I said when it comes to sending out a mailer to tenants, I think there are going to be a lot more tenants that don't receive a mailer compared to homeowners. And I just think it's harder for us to identify them in the system. That's the only reason. So if they get a mailer, they're not, I don't see an ID and PIN on here yet. They're not going to have an ID and PIN because the ID and PIN is attached to the owned homes, for homes that are owned based on township records. So they're not going to have an ID and PIN, but they'll get this mailer that says that we believe you're a tenant, we believe you may be eligible. They go online, they file the application electronically. They're going to get a confirmation number that they're going to plug in there. And that is their proof of filing. Also, I didn't mention that with homeowners, but that's very important. Anybody who electronically files their application, homeowner or tenant, they're going to get a confirmation number. The exception to that would be those that file a paper application. If you have to file a paper application, you do not get a confirmation number. So let me repeat that. If you go online and you file using our electronic system, you're not filing a paper application that you're uploading or mailing, you're going to get a confirmation number, regardless of whether you're a tenant or homeowner. That is your proof of filing. So make sure you make note of that confirmation number. Make sure you hit submit. Some people think when they get the little summary page that they're done, they're not. You have to hit submit to get the confirmation number. If you are filing a paper application and either mailing it or uploading it, you will not get a confirmation number. So make sure you keep a copy of your application for your records, okay? All right. So if you have to file a paper application, and again, when it comes to tenants, I really don't see a reason that they would need to file a paper application. But if someone does, this is what it looks like. You'll see it looks pretty similar to the homeowner application. Sorry, backwards, didn't mean to do that. So you'll see they put their name in here, their social security number. If they are married, they can request a separate check. If they own the property with someone that is not, rent the property with someone who is not their spouse, they need to let us know that. So you'll see at the bottom here, I think it asked them if they've rented the apartment with someone other than a spouse. If that's the case, they're going to answer yes. And then we ask them to provide the name of the other tenants. One thing I will say about this is that the tenants those that file an application for the tenant benefit, they have to be the tenant that's financially responsible on the lease. So the ones financially responsible. So because the question that comes up is a lot of times when you rent an apartment, one of the questions on the lease agreement is who all will be occupying the apartment. So if you have children, you put down your children's names, but they're not responsible. The person listed at the top is the person responsible for the payment. So it's only the persons listed on the lease that are responsible for paying the rent on that unit. Those are the people that are eligible for this program. So your children that might occupy the apartment with you are not eligible. Yes.
We have a question. What if subletting, are you eligible?
That's a very good question. So if you're subletting the apartment, are you eligible? Likely not, because I believe when you sublet, that might be an agreement between you and the renter, but not necessarily between you and the landlord. So the agreement, you have to be on the lease with the landlord. Go ahead. Okay.
First-time filers can file online. They do not have to file paper applications.
Oh, thank you, Amber. Hi. Yes, first-time filers, they can go ahead and file electronically as long as they don't need to make certain changes that would require a paper filing. Those items that require paper filing are clearly listed on our website. But like I said, name changes, like I'm now married and I want to make sure I get a check in my name, or my spouse has died, or I got an application, but it has the old owner's name on it. I'm the owner. I was the one who owned it on October 1. That requires a paper filing, and they have to send us proof, like a deed, that they actually owned it on October 1. So, or is the first time I'm filing for a multiple property I own with someone not my spouse, I have to paper file. Or is the first time I'm filing for a property that has multiple units that I own. I own a 2-unit property. I live in one and I rent the other one out. Because there's multiple units, I have to file a paper application. By the way, since we're talking multiple units, I know it was on the slide. Multiple unit properties, if you're an owner of a multiple unit property, you are eligible as long as you occupy one of the units in the property. And as long as your multiple unit property is not more than 4 units. So if you own a 6-unit property and you occupy a unit in a 6-unit property, you're not eligible, okay? Your tenants might be eligible, but you as the homeowner is not eligible. The other situation would be if you have 4 units or less, but 2 of those units are commercial, you're not eligible. So it's 4 units. And out of those units, only 1 can be a commercial unit. So a storefront downstairs and I live upstairs, 2 units, one's a store, one's my living quarters, I'm eligible. But if I have a 3-unit property, one's my living quarters and 2 are stores or commercial units, I'm not eligible. Yes. Hey.
Can a homeowner still file via telephone?
Yes, thank you. That was a very good question. Yes, a homeowner can still file by phone. You don't necessarily recommend it. I think it's easier to do it online, but they can. Yes.
For students living in off-campus housing and paying rent eligible to file, or are they considered domiciled with their parents so they can't claim the tenant benefit?
It's a really good question. So the question is, if it's a college student, but they're not living on campus, they're renting an apartment themselves, the apartment is subject to property taxes, I'm assuming. The building is subject to property taxes. They're paying the rent, they're occupying it on October 1, and they're saying it's their principal residence. All depends on intent. So if they're saying it's their principal residence, it's their main home, they're eligible. But if they're saying it's not their main home and they have no intention of staying there, they're only there for the months they're attending school, they have no intention on staying, then they're not eligible.
Those of us with senior,
If someone is living in or off campus housing or paying rent or what have you, does it matter if how they are filing in terms of tax return is concerned? Let's say, for instance, if they can still be claimed.
Okay, so your question, I'm sorry, Tylisha, are you reading that? Am I
No,
like,
I'm just
okay.
following with that question. So, for an example, if they can still be claimed as a dependent.
So if the college student is still being claimed as a dependent by the parents and maybe they're not even filing their own tax return, does that matter?
If this benefit is based off of gross income?
Oh, so we haven't really talked a lot about gross income. So if the college student, again, it's all about intent. It's all about what's considered their main home. So if they're renting the apartment strictly for attending school, they have no intention of staying there. Their driver's license has their parents' home on it. Where they vote is their parents' address. I'm trying to give you some kind of clues here of things that to me would say that no, they're not eligible. As far as income is concerned, the income just needs to be below the limit. There, we have a lot of people that aren't required to file income tax, but they would still be eligible for this program. New Jersey has minimum income thresholds, and they have to meet that threshold in order to have a filing and income tax requirement to New Jersey. So for instance, if I am filing head of household, my income threshold for filing an income tax return is $20,000 more. I have to have income more than $20,000. That makes me required to file an income tax return. So maybe I'm not required to file an income tax return. Maybe I only made $18,000 last year. But that doesn't mean, or in 2019, that doesn't mean I'm not eligible though for this. If I'm paying rent on my apartment and I paid rent in 2019, I occupied it as my principal residence, I'm still eligible. When it comes to the income amount, because we're asking for the income from line 29 of the NJ 1040, if there's no income, then they would put 0 and that would be fine. Okay, we have another question, Mo? Go ahead.
for those of us with senior parents without email, can we file online for them, or will there need to be a unique email address that is different from ours?
Oh, that's a really good question. So if you have elderly parents that are they're not savvy, they don't want to or can't file online, you can of course file for them. We're not looking at it like that. We're not looking at the IP address and saying, okay, this IP address filed 100 homestead benefit applications, therefore they must be fraudulent. I don't believe that we're doing anything like that. So yes, you could file yours and you could file for your parents as well using the same computer. Another question, Mo? 2 more, okay.
For filing purposes, is spouse referring to only legally wed civil union? Example, 2 legal unmarried persons would have to file separate anchor applications?
Okay, so that's a good question. New Jersey does not have, should I repeat that question? I'm not sure if everybody can hear you, but the question was, well, when we say spouses, are we referring to, I'm going to summarize the way I hear it. So are we referring to actual legal spouses, or are we referring to common law spouses or unmarried people that live together, common law? New Jersey does not recognize common law, so we're not talking about that. When we are saying married people, we are talking about those that have entered into, they have actually gotten married, or we are referring to people who are same-sex couples who are in a civil union. That's who we consider married. So as long as you're either married or in a civil union, you're married. If you are living with someone who is not your spouse, where you haven't made that legal declaration, then that is someone that is your co-tenant or is a co-owner of a property, which would require you both to file separate applications. As a married couple or a couple that, a civil union couple, they don't have to file separate applications. They can file the application jointly and get one check in both their names. If, however, they each want their own half, they each want their own separate check, they each should file an application. They can indicate that they did married filing jointly on their tax return, but they want separate checks, and we will certainly do that.
Another question, a follow-up question to the students living in off-campus housing.
Mhm.
Won't the system try to validate the details reported on the anchor application against the tax return? So if the student is still claimed as a dependent on their parent's return, they would still be considered ineligible, correct?
I don't really know. So the question was, aren't we verifying the information or comparing the information on a renter application to the tax return? So if you have the student in off-campus housing and their information on their tax return is still the parent's address, wouldn't we catch it, I guess, and make it ineligible? I can't answer that yet because this is our first time processing Anchor. So I'm not really sure what the checks and balances are going to be in the system. I'm not really certain if it'll be caught. What I would say is we should, if you're talking to a taxpayer, if someone's calling and asking, really kind of go through those qualifications. Are you a New Jersey resident? Did you own and occupy as your main home? This is your principal home. This is the place you are returning to after an absence for school. You're returning after an absence for vacation, all of that. Those are the kind of questions I would ask to determine eligibility. But if they're not filing their own tax return, they're dependent on the parent's tax return. Their driver's license has the parent's address. They're voting at the parent's address. All of those things say to me that this is not their main home. It is not their principal residence, which would make the apartment that they're occupying, would make them ineligible to apply for the anchor rebate for that apartment. Is that okay? All right. Okay, we're good to move on? Yes?
Yes.
All right, so again, we're offering direct deposit. Deceased homeowners. I didn't talk about that a lot, but when it comes to paper filing for deceased homeowners, they need to indicate that the person is deceased, whoever the representative is that is filing on behalf of the deceased homeowner, and they need to upload the death certificate. They can upload it with the application itself, or they can make a copy of it and mail it with the application. What I will say about this, and I'm not sure if I said it earlier, I want to make sure I say it now. A deceased homeowner or a deceased renter is eligible as long as they were alive on what date? If you're saying October 1, you're absolutely right. They had to be alive on October 1st. So if the decedent died at any point prior to October 1, the decedent is not eligible. When it comes to home ownership, a home that a deceased taxpayer owned, the estate is not eligible for that home in its own right. So what I mean by that is the decedent died September 26th. The decedent was not alive on October 1st. Therefore, the estate is not eligible. The estate is only eligible to receive the benefit when the decedent was alive on October 1. So that's really important to know. Now, if the decedent died prior to October 1, there might be a beneficiary that's inheriting the property. They could be eligible. That's a whole nother thing, and I don't really want to get into it too deep. So it's all dependent on if they died before October 1, was there a beneficiary that was occupying the property on October 1? That person might be eligible, and if that's the case, take a look at our FAQ online. Gives very specific instructions for how to handle that situation. All right, we're good. All questions?
Coming up.
Okay.
Which is an example of an ineligible tenant? a renter of a one-bedroom apartment, a renter of a hotel room, a renter of a townhouse, or it could be all of the above are eligible, which is an example of an ineligible tenant.
What are you guys thinking?
All right, we got 91% saying hotel room, 4 saying one bedroom, and 4% saying all are eligible. So the vast majority, as of right now, are saying the renter of a hotel room.
So the renter of a hotel room. Mike, am I okay to move on?
Absolutely.
Okay. So the renter of the hotel room is the correct answer. Remember, eligible rental units have to have its own kitchen and bathroom facilities. So a hotel room, usually you might have your own bathroom, but most of the time in a hotel room, you don't have a kitchen. You don't have kitchen facilities. So the assumption is that the renter of the hotel room is likely not be eligible. It wouldn't be eligible. Now, if they're renting one of those like full living units where they have their own kitchen and bath and all of that, then they're eligible. But if it's just your regular run-of-the-mill hotel room, not eligible. All right, so now let's talk moolah. Let's talk money, Aber. Tell me about it. What am I getting? All right, since you asked. Anchor benefit details. It will be paid as a check or a direct deposit. It is not a credit to the municipality. In previous years, the benefit had changed to the point that we just issued, it was a direct credit to the township, and people would see the reduction on their next property tax bill. That's how we paid it. This year, it will be a check or direct deposit into the homeowner or tenant's bank account if they choose that. The benefits will be paid no later than May 2023, but although we say no later, things can happen. I don't know if the budget takes a bad turn, things could be delayed, but it should be May 2023 or prior. The filing deadline is December 30th. Don't forget that. Eligible residents can apply online. They could apply by phone. That's homeowner only. And I think I have homeowner only in the wrong section here. I apologize for that. Homeowners only can apply by phone, and paper application. Either tenant or homeowner could file a paper application, but we don't really see a whole lot of reasons that a tenant would need to file a paper application, unless, of course, it's a deceased tenant, then they would need to. Deceased residents, the representative should file on their behalf, whether that be the executor, the executrix, it could be the administrator of the estate, anything like that, or the surviving relative can file on behalf of the decedent. Again, with the decedent had to have been alive on October 1, 2019 in order to be eligible. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Will this presentation be available as a PDF file for us to use as a resource?
I will check with my boss on that. I think so. Yes, Mel, we have another question.
Yes, Sarah Hazen asks, when can people start filing?
Sarah Hazen asks, when can people start filing? Once the application is issued, so the applications begin going out on the 12th. So I would think our online systems should be up and available on September 12th or the 13th at the latest.
Is it October 1 or 12:01 a.m. on October 1?
It is 12:01 a.m. As far as I know, they had to have been occupying it as of 12:01 a.m. October 1. That's the way we have always traditionally kind of presented this, but I kind of kept it to what has been in writing. And in writing, we always say October 1. But where that's important is someone who went to closing on October 1. So I sold my home. I go to closing on October 1. Who's eligible? The previous owner. Because on October 1, unless they went to closing at 12:01, which I doubt they did, If they went to closing at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on October 1, that means as of 12:01 a.m. on October 1, the previous owner occupied it. The previous owner is eligible, not the new owner. So it can be important. And Mo, you have another question for me?
If filings that indicate the taxpayer has passed away, are they still going to allow direct deposit?
So if they're indicating that the taxpayers passed away, will they allow direct deposit? As far as I know, I have not been told that they won't.
Ava, what I do see here for that question, I was actually typing it out since we're here.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Talking might be a little faster.
Okay.
So what I do see when it comes to deceased applicants, typically, if we know in time, then they would issue a check to the estate of the decedent. However, due to the timing, obviously, of when we're made aware, they may have to speak with the bank or seek guidance from the attorney prior to closing the estate account.
Oh, yeah, that's if the estate account has already been closed. Yeah, that's going to be an issue if the estate account has been closed. My father-in-law recently passed away, and I do know that they have a bank account open in the estate now. So if someone is filing an application and the estate account is open, I don't see why we wouldn't do a direct deposit into the estate account. That's my thought on that. But the problem is going to come in with the fact that we're a couple of years behind. If someone has already shut down the estate account, this could be an issue for them. And I'm not really sure how that would get handled, honestly. Mo, you have another question?
If direct deposit fails, closed account or incorrect number, will paper checks be auto-generated or will TP have to request?
Oh, it's a good question. So if the direct deposit, for whatever reason, doesn't go through and the money is returned to us and put back on the taxpayer's account, do we automatically mail the checks or do they have to call in and ask about it? I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that. And we probably won't really know the answer to that until closer to when checks are actually issued, which again, isn't likely to happen until around May of 2023. It's a good question, though. All right, are we good to move on? All right, so how much money? If you have income and you're a homeowner and your income is $150,000 or less, $1,500 is coming your way. Let me tell you, that is a lot more than $300 people have been receiving. If your income is $150,000, over $150,000, but no more than $250,000, so $250,000 or less, if you fall in that category, you still get $1,000. $1,000 is going to be direct deposited into your bank account, or it's going to be mailed to you as a check. Either way, so pretty good, right? Compared to the $300, $400, maybe $500 people were getting before. If you're a tenant, and remember, tenants have received nothing, nada, zilch, since 2009. So as a tenant, they're getting $450. As long as the income is $150,000 or less, they're going to get a check or direct deposit of $450. Period. Questions? And by the way, that's each tenant that gets that. So if you have, there are two tenants that are occupying the apartment together, as long as both of them are on the lease as responsible and rent's being paid, each tenant is going to get a check for $450. The same way with multi-owners. If two people own the property, as long as the amount they're receiving doesn't exceed their share of the property taxes, their legal share, each owner will get the amount they're entitled to based on their income. Okay, good. All right, now, we always say this when it's property tax relief because we want there to be no confusion. Property tax relief programs are subject to change because they are based on the budget. The rules for this program were determined in the 2023 New Jersey budget, the 2023 fiscal year budget. So it's based on the budget. What's happening this year might not happen next year. So by the time the filing rolls around for the 2020 anchor program, the requirements might be different. So this year, this is what's happening. Next year, we can't say yet. It is based on the budget. All right. Poll question.
All right. Lawrence owns a single-family home in Trenton, New Jersey. He paid $3,500 in property taxes in 2019. His 2019 income was $65,000. How much of a benefit will he receive? It could be $1,000, could be $1,500, could be $450, it could be zero. How much will Larry get? Single family, just Larry, $3,500 in property taxes, $65K in income. What's he gonna receive? As of right now, 95% are saying 1,500.
Okay.
And we're at 44 responses, 55 responses, 96% saying 1,500. So it looks like they're getting the gist of this. Good job.
Yes, 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 yes. 1,500 because Larry's income is 150,000 or less. So he falls into the $1,500 category. And Mo, you have a question?
A two-owner property will get 1,500.
So let's say Larry shared the home with his girlfriend and they both own 50%, right? So 3,500 divided in two is 1,750. Am I right? 1,750 per person. 1,500 is less than 1,750. So in that example, I think they would both get $1,500. But if they were married, they'd only get 1,500. It's like a penalty for getting married. I don't want to say it that way, but you know. Yeah. Yes, Mel.
Taxpayer haven't filed a 1040. Are they going to add the $50 property tax credit to the amount of the rebate?
That is an excellent question. So the question is, if the taxpayer hasn't filed the NJ 1040, will they automatically get the $50 property tax credit that everybody else gets on their tax return? Are they going to get it as part of their anchor benefit? The answer to that is maybe. So we add the $50 to the anchor benefit or the homestead benefit, what was previously the homestead benefit, to taxpayers who don't have to file because they're either 65 years of age and older or they're disabled. That same rule applies. So if I didn't file and I'm age 65 or older or disabled, I'm going to have that $50 automatically added to my anchor benefit. But if I didn't file, I didn't have to file because my income was low, but I'm not 65 or older and I'm not disabled, I'm not getting the $50 on my anchor benefit. Okay, that was a good question. Mo, more questions?
Tenants, do they have to claim a tenant credit on TGI?
Do tenants have to claim a tenant credit? I think what you're talking about is the $50 property tax credit or 18% of their rent as a property tax deduction. Do they have to claim it? No, they don't have to claim it on the income tax return, but they're not automatically going to get that $50 on their anchor benefit. It's not going to be added to their anchor benefit. The only two situations where we have done that were our homeowners who were age 65 or older or disabled on October 1 of that particular year.
Sure about, except to clarify, does this pertain to married tenants? Maybe she got herself that extra question.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Amber, can you unmute yourself and ask your question? Are you able to do that? I'm not sure if she has a microphone. So what was Amber's question?
She said that she cannot unmute herself.
Okay.
To clarify, does this pertain to married tenants? I'm not sure.
So to clarify, does this pertain to married tenants? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Maybe she
So for married tenants, let me see if I can figure it out. So for married tenants, remember I said married homeowners, they only get the $1,500 or the $1,000 depending on their income, their combined income for a joint return. Remember me saying that? Well, the same applies for tenants. So married tenants who occupy the same unit, even if they're requesting separate checks, it will be based on their combined income because they occupy the same unit. So their combined income has to be $150,000 or less. So is that what you were kind of asking me, Amber? Married tenants can file. Married tenants can file a joint application, or if they want separate checks, married tenants can file an application for each spouse, but it would be based on the combined income. The combined income would need to be less than $150,000 or less when we're talking tenants. Go ahead, Mo.
If a homeowner was a New Jersey resident and owns and occupied a New Jersey home as their principal residence on 10/1/2019, but moved out of the state in 2022 and didn't receive a paper application, the homeowner should still be able to file online and get their ID PIN online if they previously filed a 2018 homestead benefit, correct?
Correct. So I'm not sure if you all heard what Mo was saying, but so if you have someone who owned a New Jersey property on October 1, 2019, they were a resident at the time, they meet all of the qualifications based on their 2019 residency, but they have since moved out of state, they can still file. They can still file electronically or online. They can go online, they can do an inquiry if they filed a 2018 application. So if they filed a 2018 application, they go online, they say that, and we will provide them with the ID and PIN number that they will need to file this application for 2019 virtually. Then they can update their mailing and address and everything that way. If for some reason they didn't file 2018, like their income was too high and they didn't qualify, they're going to need to call our customer service number to get the ID and PIN that will allow them to file. Yes.
Also,
Mo.
would the homeowner be eligible for future years until they were no longer New Jersey residents?
Excellent question. So would that homeowner who just moved in 2022 still be eligible to receive, say, the homestead benefit or anchor benefit, excuse me, for 2020 and 2021? Yes, as long as they meet the qualifications in those years. So as long as the qualifications, they meet them in 2020 and in 2021, they would be eligible. In 2022, however, they might not be eligible by the time that application rolls around if they've already moved and they weren't occupying their New Jersey home on October 1 of 2022. I don't expect that date will change on future applications. Any other questions?
What if the taxpayer is delinquent on property taxes? Can he or she be eligible for the benefit?
So if the property owner is delinquent on property taxes, they should still be eligible as long as they paid at least part of the property taxes for that year. They had to have paid some. If they didn't pay any of the property taxes for that year, they would not be eligible. Okay, so contact information.
Ava, really quickly before you move on, I have some information that Bill gave me that he just received.
Oh, okay, excellent.
Awesome. So it's kind of like some hot off the press information.
Hot off the press.
All right. So when it does come to the anchor application and how we are supposed to be seeing this in mainframe, it was indicated that it will be under Saver. However, it will be shown under two different tracks, one for homeowners and one for tenants. Similar to how we see this for TGI, when we see a track for residents.
Resident and non-resident?
For non-resident. You got it. All right. So just just to repeat that, we are supposed to see the anchor applications under Saver. but under two different tracks. Similar to how we have it for TGI, how we have one for resident and non-resident, we will have one for homeowner and tenant, and that is all I have for you.
That is excellent information. That is hot off the press because we've been asking that question for a few months now, haven't we? So we finally have. Would you say, Tyleisha?
Your hard work paid off.
Yes. So now we know exactly where it's going to be housed in mainframe. So that's excellent. Good to know. All right, Mo, we have one more question.
Do you still qualify?
All right. So the question is, you have a lease, but you just haven't switched everything over to the address on the lease. Instead, you're still using your parents' address. I understand the situation because my daughter did the same thing. She moved out, she got an apartment, but she still kept using my address. I think it's okay as long as their intent is not to return back home to the parents. If their intent is to maintain this apartment as their principal residence until situations change, then that would be considered their main address. So I think they're going to be okay to apply. The problem is, hopefully we don't ask questions, because if we ask questions for proof of residency or something like that, it just may be a little harder for them if questions are asked down the line about their principal residence. Yes, Mo?
If you're a tenant in 2019 but moved and your application went to the old address, how would you obtain your PIN and ID? Just file a paper application?
Okay, so if you're a tenant, you don't live in the same apartment that you did in 2019, you don't receive your mailer, what do? Just go online and file. Remember, the ID and PIN is only assigned to homes that are owned. So as a tenant, there is no tenant application going out with an ID and PIN. So if you were a tenant, you're going to go ahead, you can go online and go ahead and file for the property that you rented in 2019 on October 1st. Yes, Mo?
Repeat your mainframe.
Yes. So in mainframe, once these applications start to process, and remember, right now there are none that have processed because the filing hasn't yet been opened up. But you'll begin to see these, I would say you're going to begin to see them by the end of the year. You're going to start seeing them in mainframe. In mainframe, they're going to be under tax type saver. Saver is where we have always housed the homestead benefit for homeowners. It was always under Saver because remember I said in the beginning of this program has changed names often. Over my 23 years of working here, it started out as Saver. I think it started out as Saver. Then it went to Fair. Then it started out as Homestead. Then it went to Saver. Then it went to Fair. Now it's back to Homestead. It went from Homestead Rebate in the beginning to a Homestead Benefit, and now it's called Anchor. So the name keeps changing, but is traditionally housed under the Saver tax type in mainframe. What I would say in addition to that is, since we've now added that tenant part of it, it will also be housed under Saver. You're just going to see two tracks. There'll be a homeowner track, there'll be a tenant track, and depending on what they are is where their application will be housed, their filed application. So are we good? Yes? All right, we're I'm sorry. Would you say?
All good to wrap it up.
Oh, okay. I thought you had another question. I'm sorry. I was like, really? Okay. All right, so let's wrap it up. If you have questions about Anchor, we actually have an Anchor email address set up. It's njanchor@treж.nj.gov. Or you can call our Anchor hotline. We have qualified, trained people that can answer your questions there. And that's 1-888-888-238-1233. And of course, we are on social media. We're always looking for friends on Facebook. We're on Twitter. We're on LinkedIn. We're on YouTube. And yeah. So we're on a bunch of these different Instagram. Yeah, Instagram. We're on all these things. So you can find us and please friend us. We do send updates that way for the public, and you can get to know things that way too. All right, so reminders to file, the deadline's coming up, things like that. You might forget, especially if like you're working corporate tax, you don't really do anything with this. Having those reminders come up on your social media platforms are very helpful. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We are done. Thank you so much for attending today. If you have any follow-up questions, email my boss. He'll be happy to answer your questions. No, okay, no, I'm being mean. No, but if you have any questions, use that Anchor email, use that the Anchor hotline. They'll be able to answer any questions. And of course, you can always reach out to us here at TaxU. Thank you so much.